Zarelo wszystkim. Znowu live jest. Prawie bym zapomniał włączyć mikrofonu. Byłoby wręcz koszmarnie. Muszę jeszcze tutaj zobaczyć ustawienia transmisji. No, jak najbardziej się tutaj wszystko obczai. Ok, więc już zaczynamy. Ogólnie to też w Stanley Parable sobie obczaiłem tylko tyle, że grafikę i dźwięk sobie zniżyłem, grafikę dałem sobie na pełne ekranowe. Więc tak, w dźwięku ogólnie nie ma nic, dałem sobie też pełne napisy właściwie. Grafika, to nie wiem, co to jest ta nakładka, pole widzenia. Nie, ja to nie zmieniam tego, zaawansowane to jest. Na to nie patrzyłem właściwie szczegół modeli tekstur. Spoczko, zobaczymy na ile na mój komputer stać. Czekaj na synchronizację pionową, nie. Tego się o detale shadera, panie. Szczegóły efektów. Nie, wiem, że teraz sobie igram z tą grą, ale chcę sprawdzić po prostu ile ona może tutaj zrobić. Więc ogólnie jeszcze sprawdzę, czy poprawnie się udostępnia, wcześniej się nie udostępniało, ale nie, udostępnia się dobrze. Przynajmniej tak jak widzę, więc okej. Tutaj dźwięk to jest to, klawiatura, mysz to. Co jest? Nie, to nic nie jest wyłączone, dobra. Extras, achievements. Co mogę wyłączyć achievementy? Nie wiem, czy tutaj widać, ale dostałem achievementa od Steama. Naprawdę? Co? Włączę sobie save'y, tak by the way. Więc okej, mamy cały The Stanley Parable. Słyszałem o tej grze bardzo wiele i nie jeden po prostu na pewno ją widział na YouTubie. A więc tak, mamy jeszcze społecznik gry, mamy opcje to. W opcjach, które już zrobiliśmy, kredyt, rozpoczynamy to co. Rozpoczynamy. The end is never, what? The end is never. What? Widziałem ogólnie Stanley Parable Halo. Nie powinieneś się ładować szybciej. Oczywiście dałem mu wszystko na high, ale bez przesady.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Fajnie.
Stanley worked for a company in a big building.
Dobra.
Where he was
Przyznaję, jeżeli będzie jakiś tutaj copyright, to ja się zabiję, bo nie będę tego wszystkiego wyciszał. Mam nadzieję, że to nie jest copyright, bo jej zgłoszę pozew na tą grę. Nie no, żartuję. Dobra. Więc my jesteśmy tym Stanleyem. Wiedziałem, że to gdzieś się chodzi po biurze itp. Był szczęśliwy, okej. O, i zaczyna się.
Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow.
Jakim prawem... O, właśnie, to biuro, to żem widział.
Call a meeting or even say hi.
To jest...
Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete.
Ale podoba mi się to, że jest to strasznie rozbudowana gra. Akurat nie, przed zakupieniem gry grałem w demo.
But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
I co? Halo? A nie, w sumie też w demo nie dało się skakać. To pierwsze co sprawdzam, sterowanie. You can't jump, no proszę! W sensie, you can't jump. Przecież A ile jest tych osiągnięć w ogóle? Nie, ja teraz tego nie sprawdzam. A więc co tutaj mamy? No tutaj jest ogólnie to nic tutaj nie ma ciekawego. Zegar. Zegar, która godzina, panie? Która jest godzina? Wow. Zegarek sobie idzie. To jest fajne. O, kontrolem można kucać. Czy coś jest pod biurkiem? Nie. O, patrz, co to jest? Mondays, co? I love Mondays? Nie wiem. Ale fajny kubeczek ogólnie, podoba mi się. Strugaczka do tych. O, dobra, więc idziemy.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Dobra.
Nor did it advance the story.
A dobra, to nie. Tego nie robię. Na razie robię to, co narrator mówi. O, komputer tam jest załączony, halo.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Teraz pytanie. Czy słuchamy się jego, czy nie? Może najpierw zrobimy takie prawdziwe zakończenie tej gry. Takie, które jest przeznaczone akurat nie nam tutaj do zrobienia.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
No halo. Czemu nie mogę iść w boki? Mogę iść tylko w przód. No. Naciskałem Q i E. Myli mi się przyciski. Dobra, czy tu jest coś ciekawego? Nie, to są jakieś spadki firmy czy coś, nie wiem. Pewnie nie są. Wow, fajna motywacja, co to jest tutaj? To do. What? What do people want? Upośledzone. O. Broom closet. O! To się da otworzyć. Może ja tam na razie nie idę. Ale widzę strasznie jest tutaj dużo możliwości. Gabinet. A jest coś na dole? Jest coś na dole? Czy jest coś na dole? Jest tam coś. Bo my wyszliśmy stąd. Z Kubani. Tak jest dużo tutaj tego wszystkiego, że ja nie mogę. O. Kuźde. O. Aha, bo te drzwi były w demo, to że chyba wtedy te biuro było bardziej zielone.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this.
Ja tutaj pamiętam, widziałem ten kod, widziałem to i co to 8, 2, 4, 5. Dobrze? Nie? Kuźda, myślałem, że już to jest to. 2, 8, 4, 5, kuźda.
Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
To jest takie piękne. Możemy ingerować z narratorem. Nie mogę. Proszę, żeby to nie miało copyrighted. Żeby to nie było copyrighted, proszę. Halo? Tu nic nie ma? Nie, tu nic nie ma, tu nic nie ma. I tu jest... creepy. Creepy bardzo. Loading. Oj. Przenosi nas na inną mapę czy coś. Nie wiem, co się teraz dzieje.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
No tak, trochę to jest dziwne, jeżeli doświadcza się ciążenia niższego niż ziemskiego, bo spadamy z windą.
When for years it had never
Halo.
occurred to him.
Ile można? O, dobra już.
Go unanswered for long.
Halo? Winda się zepsuła. To nie ma wyjścia.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Escape? Poważnie. To następne może... Ajajaj. Ojojoj. Ale mam teraz takiego mindfucka. Ja pierdzielę. Ile tych tutaj wyjść jest? Co teraz co mam nacisnąć, tak?
The lights rose
Whoa,
on an
whoa,
enormous
whoa,
room
whoa,
packed with
whoa.
television screens.
Ale
What
duże.
horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Tan. Jak naciskam myszką, to są dźwięki z klawiatury.
Now the monitors jumped to life.
Whoa.
Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of the
Fire.
employees in the building. Stanley's
Kuźna.
co-workers. The lives of so
To nie
many
jest nasze biuro
individuals
tutaj?
reduced to
nie
images on
wiem.
a screen. And Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Wow. No to jest fajne.
This
Teraz mamy
mind
windę.
control facility,
A
it
tu?
was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had
Dobra, gdzie
Stanley
jest
been under
pokój
someone's
Stanleya?
control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his
O tu,
boring job?
427.
That his emotions had
Tak,
been
to jest
manipulated to
Stanleya,
accept
tak.
it blindly?
No dobra. Winda, trochę niebezpieczna.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't
Tak,
accept it.
tak,
His own
dokładnie,
life in
dokładnie.
someone else's control.
Zamknij się.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life
Jedemy
utterly
do góry.
blind to the world?
To światło jest oślepiające.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating,
What?
working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls
Czysto.
once and for all.
Co? Czwórka? O co tu chodzi? Faculty Power. Idemy. O, duży czerwony guzik. Ciekawe co robi. Nic. Czemu to jest jakiś mind control bot? A już widzę, że dwa przyciski czekają między nami.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
A, więc mam wyłączyć, tak? To jest to. Jak się wrócę? Coś mi powiesz? Ja się mogę wrócić, co nie? No. Tam jest chyba to, skąd przyszliśmy. Nie, raczej to nic nie będzie. Albo nie, czekajcie. Zobaczę tutaj coś. Bo skoro są tutaj takie przyciski i na każdym jest inny numerek, to na którymś z przycisków powinien być numer 8. Tylko na którym? Tu jest numerek 3. Tu nie można wejść niestety. Na pewno nie ma tutaj numerku 8, bo za taki achievement, to co był 8, to był achievement. To jest jaki numer? To jest 4 przecież. Ajajaj, gdzieś to jest 8. Nie, ja muszę to sprawdzić, bo to jest akurat nie jeden z achievementów. Widziałem to. Widziałem taki 888. Albo gdzieś tutaj może. Nie, są tylko 5, tu jest 5. I nic nie ma. Jest tylko do 5. Jak znajdę przycisk 8, to będę w niego napierdzielać, ile wlezie. Tyle powiem. Więc off. To miałem dać? Halo? Tam się coś świeci. Tam z dołu tutaj.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Ała, moja noga. Czy to już koniec?
Yes.
Dup.
He had won. He had defeated the machine. Unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet,
do przodu.
even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley
I
reflected
to
on
jest...
how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the
Wcisnę
machine's
sobie
grasp? What
F12.
other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the
Widziałem,
chamber,
on cały czas
he
mówi.
realized none of
Te
this
napisy.
mattered to him, for it was not
Ale
knowledge
wow,
or even
ale
power
dobrze
that he had
zaprojektowane,
been
szczerze.
seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No
Cały czas
longer would anyone tell him where to
schody się tutaj
go,
pojawiają.
what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
Jej, F12. Musiałem to zrobić.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling
Wow.
of liberation,
I co, to jest
the
koniec?
immense possibility of the new path before him.
Może jest
This
taka
was exactly the
scenka.
way, right now, that things were meant to happen.
Ała, mój palec.
Was happy.
Stanley was happy. I... Jej, odblokowane osiągnięcie beat the game. O dobra, czyli odblokowaliśmy zakończenie jedno. O, i teraz jesteśmy znów w biurze. Dobra,
All
więc
his
tak.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Najpierw
Perhaps he had simply
pójdziemy
misremembered.
tam do boss, tam gdzie jest
When
boss.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Tutaj, po lewo idziemy. Idziemy tutaj.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
Mi
of
się coś tutaj
disbelief,
kojarzy z tym
Stanley
miejscem.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Nieważne. Idziemy dalej. I tak, i na końcu jak będzie mind control damy off.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
To się da otworzyć? Nie, nie da się. Ja nie mogę, ale tu jest dużo zakończeń. Ale już tu jest dużo zakończeń.
Okay, I think
To...
we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. No surprise.
Jak to jest zajebiste, w sensie... To jest... To jest piękne, on wie, że już tu byliśmy, że i dalej idziemy, bla 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 bla. To jest piękne. Chodźmy, no jak my tutaj teraz damy? Czekaj, to ja sobie muszę przypomnieć, jak to było.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Mind Control Facility, no. Bla bla bla, możesz to pominąć, też powiedzieć bla bla bla.
The lights rose on an enormous room.
Dobra, idź już tam, no, dawaj, dawaj.
What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Dalej. Tak właściwie jak mi się to nagrywa tutaj, OBS. Działasz. Live już się ciągnie długo. No tak. Jest git, o. Dobra, więc mamy teraz na razie tak, okej. Więc dalej. Stanley Parable, halo. O, zgliczował mi na chwilę komputera. Dawaj dalej tutaj, no. Dawaj, o.
Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
A czy mogę dać escape i... No, jest. No więc tak, idziemy. Nie, właśnie, ja chciałem. Tyle, że teraz włączę to.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Okej, i mamy teraz to.
But here was the proof, the heart of the operation.
Poszliśmy wtedy i tędy weszliśmy, okej. I teraz włączę. I co się stanie? Na pewno nie stanie się nic dobrego. On! Włączam. Dup.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself.
Wracamy.
Is that what you wanted? Control?
Ja wracam.
Oh, Stanley,
Znaczy,
I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story,
to jest kolejne zakończenie.
you're gonna have to do much better than that.
Mogę coś tu zrobić, proszę. Przycisk czerwony duży.
Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without
Detonation system. Żartujesz sobie, panie.
Detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex.
2.
How long until detonation then?
O!
Let's say
Nie mogę nic zrobić, ja pier...
now this is making things a little more fun, Stanley. It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you,
Ale niebieski.
about me, where we're going. What all this means, I barely know where
Niebieska trójka. Niebieska trójka.
You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before you're obliterated.
Różowa dwójka. Dwójka jest tu.
Good mood. You're gonna die anyway.
Aj.
I erased them. I turned off the machine
Dwójka.
to set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I
Różowe, o.
simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other
Jedynka.
times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside,
Jasno-niebieska
or I
jedynka.
let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this though, this version of
Jasno-niebieskie,
events has
pyk.
been rather amusing. Watching you
No
try
halo,
to make
wcisłem
sense of
jedynkę.
everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go
Źle.
around will be even better.
Tam jest...
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much.
Trójka znów.
You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time
Extra.
doesn't grow on trees.
Ekstra, dzięki za ekstrasy.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or
No.
what you're supposed to be doing right now?
Co to jest za...
Or
A,
did you just
zielony.
assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it on?
Co to
I mean,
jest?
look at you, running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered
Trójka
buttons,
znów.
no, these colored ones, or maybe this big red button, or
To-
this door. Everything, anything, something here
Musi
will
to coś-
save me. Why
What?
do you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten?
To musi coś
One
znaczyć.
solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is?
Różowa dwójka znowu?
Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler
Nie,
for you.
ja tego nie
That
przejdę.
timer isn't a catalyst to keep
Więc
the action moving
muszę
along.
znaleźć jakiś
It's just
poradnik na
seconds
YouTubie.
ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless.
Zielony
To see
teraz.
you made humble. This is not a challenge, it's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world,
Just
that's
pick.
fine.
Pick.
But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Dzięki.
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom.
No, ale już nic nie zrobię z tym.
No ending here, just you being blown to pieces.
Ale wierzę, że to jest jedno z
Or
zakończeń.
you let it go peacefully. Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the
Dobra, już
And believe
ziemia
me, I
wiruje.
won't be laughing
Nie
at
wiem,
every
co się
second
dzieje.
of your inevitable life
Daliśmy
from the
on,
moment
wcześniej
you
daliśmy
fade in
off.
until the moment I
I
say,
siema,
"Here."
panie. Dup. To jest koniec? End is never. Dobra. Co? Co? Teraz on nam skraca aż drogę. Co? To czekaj ta. Ja zobaczę na Google'u. Ja zobaczę na YouTubie ogólnie. Jak to jest? Mind control. O, da się dać escape. Zobaczę tutaj.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed.
No dobra, to jednak ja to będę oglądał od początku. Iść do lewych drzwi, okej. Idziemy do lewych drzwi.
His boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Teraz tak. Idziemy do góry.
Coming to a staircase.
Tam dalej
discovered
jest.
an indication of any human life. Shocked was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
Przez co?
Unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief
Stoi
what
przed...
preceded this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Don't enter the real passcode. Instead, keep pressing... O, to jest 8! Okej. To jest 8. Więc to już wiem, co mam zrobić. Okej, dziękuję.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Lewa. Tutaj po lewo. Tu jest biuro.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
I tam mam...
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Boss's office.
Here's the door, just go.
Nie. Po prostu... Jest, dobra. Zobaczę tutaj, jak on to zrobił dalej. Spoiler alert. Okay.
Knowing full well the sheer statistical unlikelihood that this would ever result in a correct combination. If he knew that the combo was 2845, it would be at head. Stanless, since forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself.
Może powinienem zrobić to inaczej. Ale będziemy tu naklikać, ile wlezie. Dobra, już wywalił ten system drzwi. Ale wiecie co? Nie, mi się wydaje, że to będzie fest. Wyjdę z gry i wejdę z powrotem. I może te postępy się po prostu zresetują. W sensie, że będzie teraz normalny tutaj format. Dobra, no już tam cicho. Więc teraz tak, OBS-ik czy OBS-ik nie łapie Stanley Parable, powinien bynajmniej. O, kolejne, welcome back. Siema, welcome backuję tutaj do was, ale OBS-ik mi nie łapie. Nie wiem czemu. Źle. Muszę inaczej zrobić tutaj.
This is the story of a man named.
Okej, teraz tak. Opcję grafika muszę dać na uruchom w oknie. Niestety. No i teraz działa. Teraz, okej. Grafika. Ogólnie też wejdę sobie na swój stream, żeby zobaczyć, czy mi działa tutaj wszystko. Czy widać było wcześniej też? Nie, dobra, widać było. Uft. Na szczęście było widać. Dobra, bo to się zapętla. Nie chcę tego zapętlywać, bo słychać tutaj stream mój, więc jeszcze sobie tutaj wyszukam ten mind control.
and Stanley got the hell along with the story.
Okej, czyli po prostu kontynuujemy. Jeszcze uruchomię w pełnym ekranie, tak żeby zobaczyć, czy mi wyłapuje. Dobra. I czy teraz wyłapuje dalej? OBS-ik. Nie wiem. Nie mam bladego pojęcia. Dam na grafikę i zobaczę. Wyłapuje. Uft, dobra, wyłapuje, więc tak. Idziemy dalej. Stanley Parable i... Okej, no. Halo. Dobra, już. Okej. Wstecz. Znów grę. I okej, i teraz jesteśmy tutaj znów w biurze.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Meeting room, okej. Więc tak, spróbujemy zrobić tak,
When
jak
Stanley came to a set of two open
miało
doors,
być, bo tak
he
to
entered the door on his left.
może się po prostu nie udać. Mam nadzieję, że nie zrestartowałem gry
Yet there
tak
was not a
po
single
prostu,
person here
bo tak.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Dobra, już idźmy
Stanley
dalej, idźmy
decided to
dalej.
go up to his boss's office. Hoping he might find coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
To his boss's office, okej.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned
Okej,
to
teraz
discover
czekamy.
not an indication of any human life.
Teraz czekam.
Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
Okej, nie mogłem tego wiedzieć i teraz naklikam 8. 8, 8, 8.
8. Stanley simply began entering random codes into the keypad, knowing full well the sheer statistical
Okay.
unlikelihood that this would
I
ever
teraz
result
naklikam
in a
cały czas,
correct
aż korki
combination.
padną.
If he knew that the combo was 2845, it would be another story entirely. But no, this is what he was going to do instead.
Mam nadzieję, że będą tego dobre rezultaty.
Stanley just sat around twiddling his thumbs. Trying to input
Yay.
anything on the device was useless, since he could never possibly know that the combination was 2845.
Sorry. Dobra, więc teraz tak. Aż korki wypierdzielą. Oby wypierdzieliły.
2845.
Dawaj. 8. Musimy cały czas naklikać.
Forgot, but it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in.
Okay.
And the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
Jej. I idziemy dalej. I teraz zatrzymujemy się i patrzymy w Google'a.
Well, whoop-de-doo.
Okej, korki wywaliły. Jedziemy na dół. Tak. Tak, dobrze, już pomijam to ładowanie.
Deeper into the building, his chest.
Okej.
He felt more free to think for himself. Yes. Stanley walked out door that read
A? Walking straight ahead into the mind control facility. Okej. Idziemy do mind control facility. I idziemy tam aż do facility. To zajmuje chwilę, ale to już okej. I on idzie. Jesteśmy w mind control facility. Okej, i teraz co?
The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible
Teraz dajemy on,
over
tak?
another human life, for he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I ten musi skończyć mówić. Turn on the system power, ok.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls.
I teraz się
After they kept you enslaved
cofamy.
all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go.
Okej, i teraz
Suddenly, nuclear until this. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your
I teraz się zaczyna.
You are the star. It's your story now.
Press these numbered buttons in order. What? 44, 53, 44, 53, 215, 215, 332, 332. Co? Poważnie? Tylko to?
Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know?
Aha, okej, dobra. 4, 4, 5, 3. 4, 4, 5, 3, 215, 215.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office room.
Aż sobie po prostu to na kartce zapiszę jakieś, bo
Other times,
to jest za duży stres.
sink into
Dobra,
the ground, swallow
jest tak, najpierw
every
4, 4,
before I let it burn to a crisp.
potem 5, 3,
To say this though, this version of events has been
4, 4,
watching you try to make sense
5,
of it
3,
and take back the control wrested away from
215,
almost hate to see
215,
sure whatever I come
potem
up with on the next go
3, 3, 2
even
i
better.
3, 3, 2.
Only 34 seconds left, but I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These
No
are
i ten extra time pomaga nam.
time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this
215, 215, 3, 3, 2. I wtedy to powinno zadziałać. Ale jeszcze zobaczę, jak on to robi.
clicking on every little thing in this room? These numbers
Znaczy, on czy ona, już sam nie mówię.
or maybe this big
Jeśli dam lajka, bo
door.
dzięki za pomoc.
Something here will save me.
Podczas gdy ja tutaj streamuję, ja oglądam poradnika.
Game can be beaten.
I tak.
One soul.
I okej, i robimy to. Dobra. A czy OBS poprawnie mi przechwytuje? Tak, na szczęście. Dobra. I idziemy na dół. Loading. Ładuje się dosyć szybko. To jest bardzo fajne.
To the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest.
Robimy
as though
to,
he felt
robimy
more
to,
free
słuchajcie.
to think for himself, to question the
Uda
nature
się.
of his job.
Jest tak.
Why did he feel this
Wyjście będzie
when
tutaj,
for
tak?
years
Tak.
it had never
Zgadzam.
occurred to him. This question would not go
Pyk.
unanswered for long.
Idziemy.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind
Ośrodek
Control Facility.
kontroli umysłu. Potem jeszcze pójdziemy w tą dróżkę Escape, bo ona się wywodzi z tego ośrodka.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Jak będę na jednym save'ie nie będzie to zapisane, to będę miał po prostu pewność, że to będzie zapisane na drugim save'ie.
Now the monitors jumped
Mamy to.
to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore
Monitors.
the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Idziemy dalej. Już tą sekwencję znamy. Winda.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under
Winda.
someone's control all this time?
Możesz tam
Was this the
szybciej.
only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his
Nie,
emotions
z
had
góry
been
zjeżdżasz.
manipulated to accept it blindly?
No. Pyk i idziemy.
No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept
Powinienem
it.
tutaj
His
dać
whole
jakąś
life
speedrunową
in
muzyczkę,
someone
niczym
else's
streama.
control? Never.
Ale
It was
ja taki nie jestem.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
Idziemy dalej.
Had he truly spent
Bo
his
to jest Stanley
entire
Parable,
life
nie
utterly
Minecraft speedrun.
blind to the
To jest
world?
dobra. Jedziemy dalej.
The proof.
Mind
The
Control
heart of the operation.
Facility. I
Controls
wychodzimy
labeled
stąd,
with emotions.
jak zaczyna się
Or
timer.
sad, or content. Walking, eating,
Robimy
working,
dokładnie tak, jak
all of it monitored and
tam
commanded from
było
this very
zrobione.
place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in,
Więc tak.
Stanley decided that this machinery would... Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all
Did
these
I?
years, you
Tak.
go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much
Okay.
better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think
I
you
będę
do,
musiał się
for example.
postarać.
And I believe you'll find this pertinent.
Dobra,
Stanley
odpalaj to.
suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA
Muszę się jakoś rozgrzać
identification,
przed tym speedrunem
detonators are set to explode.
Stanleyowym.
The entire complex.
Ale dobra.
How long until
Będzie szybko.
detonation then?
Szybko i skutecznie.
Let's say
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Dobra.
Now this is making
Idziemy,
things
idziemy,
a little
idziemy,
more fun,
idziemy,
isn't it,
idziemy.
Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are
Idziemy.
the star. It's
Damy radę,
your
damy radę.
story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
Czwórka.
Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me.
4. 2 czwórki już mamy za sobą. Teraz 5-3.
Where to start?
Piątka jest tam,
What's that?
czy jest tu?
You'd like to know where your co-workers are. A moment of solace before your office.
Czemu tu się nie da
I'm
biegać?
in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened.
5.
I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this
3.
instance of the
Teraz
story.
znów 4,
Sometimes when
4.
I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp.
4,
I
4.
have to say this though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to
dawaj.
make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go around will be even
5.
better. My goodness,
3.
only 34
Dawaj.
seconds left.
Dawaj.
But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some
3.
extra time on the clock. Why
I
not?
teraz 2,
These
1,
are
5.
precious
2,
additional
1,
seconds,
5.
Stanley.
2.
Time doesn't grow on trees.
1.
Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no
Czemu to
idea
się tak
where
trzeba
you're going or
biegać?
what you're supposed to be doing
5,
right
dawaj
now?
szybko, bo nie mamy
Did you just
więcej
assume when
czasu.
you saw that timer that something in this
5.
room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing
2.
in this room.
Znów
These
dawaj
number
2.
buttons. No, these colored
2.
ones. Or maybe this big red button.
1.
Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me.
5. Dawaj 5.
That this video game can be
3, 3, 2, 3, 3, 2. 5, teraz trójka. Biegniemy do... Dobra, dawaj.
You're in for
Trzy.
quite a disappointment.
3.
But here's a spoiler for you.
Dawaj.
That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action
Dawaj,
moving
szybko, szybko.
along.
Damy radę, damy
It's
radę,
just
damy radę.
seconds ticking away to your death.
Dobra,
You're
dobra.
only still playing instead of watching
Dwa.
a cutscene because I
Szybko,
want to
szybko,
watch
szybko,
you
szybko.
for every moment that you're
Ale
powerless.
powinniśmy dać radę.
To see you made humble. This is not
I
a challenge. It's a
3.
tragedy. You wanted
3.
to control this world. That's
Szybko.
fine.
Nie mamy wiele czasu, ale
Destroy it first.
w ciągu tych
So
30 sekund.
take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and
No,
then
zrobiłem to.
no ending here. Just you being blown to pieces.
I teraz patrzymy dalej. Co teraz trzeba zrobić? Zrobiłem to i co? Proszę, że nie został zawiedziony.
Your purpose in this place is? 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you
Zostaje 30 sekund i naciskamy czerwony przycisk, tak? A, i kiedy będzie timer 8 sekund,
make it count? Or don't?
to musimy nacisnąć
It's all the same.
czerwony przycisk.
No, 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 no.
Tak. Właśnie tak. Dajemy radę, uda nam się.
Will you cling desperately to your frail life? Or will you let
15,
it go
14,
Another
13,
choice.
12.
Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in
Ja
until the
pierdzielę.
moment I say, happily ever after.
Nie nacisnąłem w czasie. No kuźwa.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much
Proszę.
that it was.
Czemu?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Prawie bym poszedł do prawych. Aż kuźde. Ile trwa już live? Dopiero... już ponad godzinę. Ale no, ukończenie The Stanley Parable będzie takie trudne, że to będzie szok. Nie, ale Mind Control to będzie chyba
Yet there was not a
największa.
single person here either. Feeling a
Nie,
wave
ja
of
muszę to
disbelief,
zrobić, sorka.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Powinniśmy wskoczyć na biurko, to już. Z kontrolą to tylko wolniej idziemy. Ach.
Coming to a
Teraz
staircase,
zapiszę grę.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
To his boss's office. No dawaj boss's office.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Stanley simply began entering random codes into the keypad, knowing full well the sheer statistical unlikelihood that this would ever result in a correct combination. If he knew that the combo
Teraz
was
zapiszę
2,
sobie
8,
grę.
4, 5, it would be another story entirely. But no. This is what he was going to 2, 8, 4, 5.
Dawaj, szczelej już te korki.
But it turns out that the panel's emergency override kicked in, and the door just
Dobra.
opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell along with the story.
Jej powinien tu spaść.
whoop-de-doo.
Dawaj. Jakie to jest denerwujące. Ale nie wybaczę sobie, jak tego nie przejdę. Mind
Stanley
Control
walked straight
Facility.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Jej. Idziemy dalej.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
O, dobra. Więc idziemy. Tam jest kolejna platforma, tam jest ta winda. Dawaj. Winda, zjeżdżaj.
Their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building. Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals.
A nie, jeszcze nie, dopiero tam będzie zjeżdżać.
Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom.
No i dopiero tutaj będzie zjeżdżać winda.
This mind control facility, it was too
A gdzie
horrible
to jest
to
cokolwiek,
believe
po
it
czym
couldn't
mogłaby
be true.
zjeżdżać?
Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time?
No dopiero
Was
to
this
się
the only reason he was happy with his boring
wytygowywuje.
job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Dobra.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It
Never.
was unthinkable. Wasn't
Never.
it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire
Teraz
life
tak, dawaj.
blind to the world?
Jestem taki zdeterminowany. Dobra, więc tak. Pyk. Zapisz. Nowy zapis gry. Dobra. Zapisz, czy mogę? Ja mogę tylko nadpisać. Co jest pewne?
The heart of the operation.
To, że
Controls labels
jeżeli...
emotions.
A ja pierdzielę, że jeżeli się stanie to samo,
Walking, eating, working,
to ja nie
all
mogę
monitored
przywrócić
and commanded
tego.
from this very place.
Kuźde.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than
A się
that.
denerwuję
I'm
przed
afraid
tym, bo
you
to
don't
jest
have nearly
próba
the power
śmierć
you
życia,
think you
coś w
do.
tym
For
stylu.
example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the
Dawaj,
event
dawaj,
this
ten
machine is
licznik.
activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are said to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say 2 minutes.
2 minutes, okej, dobra.
This is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to
4-4.
shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires.
Teraz będę właściwie chodzić tędy. Będę miał więcej
What a
czasu.
shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me.
4, 4.
What all this means.
Teraz
I
5.
barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free.
A, bo on
Of course, that
wymazał
was
ich,
merely
okej.
in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say
Teraz
that
szybko.
this
5,
version
3.
of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the
Teraz mi
control
doda
wrested
do
away from you is
timera
quite
trochę
rich.
czasu, tak więc będę miał więcej
Just hate to
czasu.
see it go. But I'm sure
Dobrze,
whatever
5,
I
3
come up
teraz.
with on the next go around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious
Mam
additional
extra
seconds,
time.
Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to
2,
be doing
1,
right
5.
now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red
2,
button. Or this
1.
door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any
5
idea
i
what your
teraz
purpose
3,
in
3,
this
2,
place
3,
is?
3, 2.
But you really believe there's an answer? How many times will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000?
2,
I
2,
look forward to
dawaj.
finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. Take
Wy
a
nie
look
wiecie,
at
jak się teraz denerwuję.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling
18.
desperately to your frail life? Or will you let it go peacefully? Another
13,
choice.
12.
Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be
Ja
laughing
tego
at
nie
it.
rozumiem. Google. O co chodzi?
No, this isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes.
Co? Ja tego nie rozumiem. Bomb ending settings.
Przeceny na święta w Media Expert.
No dobra, już ten media ekspert, cicho tam. Ja nikogo tutaj żadnej marki nie sponsoruję, dziękuję bardzo.
Hello,
Dawaj.
I am Basewood. In this video I will be exploring the mystery of the detonation ending of the Stanley Parable. I opened the game's map file in my favorite editor and read what connects where. Thus I now know precisely what each button does. For instance, the number of buttons, the ones that are so nicely numbered from 1 to 5, they do
Okay,
nothing.
1 to 5.
They are of absolutely no consequence whatsoever. They just make a nice little sound, but aside from that, pressing those buttons achieves nothing at all.
A,
Now what about the other buttons, such as these 4 right next to the entrance door? Well, this is interesting. These 4 buttons here, called cat pots, they do nothing at all.
Goodness, only
okay.
Moving ahead, these 2 buttons, both called front button 1A, they don't do anything either.
put some extra time on the clock. Why not?
The
Gee.
console there, Surely it must do something.
What's the matter, Stanley?
Well, yeah. It makes sparks. Then it is disabled for 2 seconds, after which you can make more sparks. That's all that it does. Next, let's see. It's the failsafe. This button is broken because of an error in the map design. I can fix it though. Here's what the failsafe is supposed to do. Yep, it's destined to fail. Next, the code buttons. They are placed in a sequence of 4 sets of 4 buttons. Each
Four
set
buttons,
of 4
no.
buttons activates
No i
the
tutaj
next
jest.
set of 4 buttons. After a selection is made in each of the 4 consoles, the screens will show that the combination was incorrect. There are 256 possible combinations that you might try to enter, but none of them are correct. No combination is ever accepted.
No to co trzeba
Additionally,
zrobić?
when the first button is pressed, a 24-second timer is started. When the timer expires, the code button monitors will sparkle and the code buttons will no longer be usable. Near the exit there is a very peculiar set of 4 buttons. As it stands, these 4 green buttons do not do
4
anything
buttons.
at all. I think they should fill up the battery gauge, but there is a typo in the map. The computer display that they attempt to control simply does not exist. The following 18 buttons have identical effect. First of all, they make sounds. Secondly, when you click them, there is a 50% chance that the monitor displays will show the text incorrect. After which, there are 7 possible outcomes that may happen. In 6 of the 7 cases, the monitor will display images of buttons of different colors. In the 7th case, the monitor flashes quickly between 6 different images. Just to be clear, the image that is
Dobra, może ja tego na razie pokazywać nie będę, bo po prostu zajmuje czas. To nie wiem, no. Macie tu i ten przerwę. Ja to pooglądam, obczaję, może coś się zmieni.
shown on the monitor.
Zrobiłem coś, czego... Okej, powiem tyle. Tego z live'a na pewno nie wytnę, ale... Nie było tego po prostu, umówmy się, proszę. Nie było tego po prostu. Ja się poddaję.
Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar.
Widać tutaj, ajajaj. Two missing endings. O, wow, no. Cicho tam, nie sponsoruję nikogo. Nie, dobra. Wiecie co? Chrzanić. Czy ja mogę... Tak. Odblokowałem więc te zakończenie. A więc jestem głupi. Więc tak, najpierw teraz spróbujemy... Zamkniemy najpierw te drzwi, dobra. I będziemy naklikać na wszystkie
Stanley
rzeczy.
decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the... Oh, please. Are you really just doing this for the achievement? Click a door 5 times. Is that all that you think an achievement is worth? No.
Bo to jest achievement,
I
tak.
can't just give these merits away for such little effort. A measly 5 clicks. Now suppose you were to click the door 20 times. I would say that's the kind of effort that warrants recognition.
No, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I have to say I'm still not feeling the satisfaction of witnessing true effort for a noble cause. Perhaps 50 clicks will do it. Yes, almost
Co?
certainly 50 clicks.
Raz, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Naprawdę? No to klikamy. Da achievement.
I'm still not feeling it. I want this achievement to have meant something. It has to be a true reward for valiant
No,
effort. I
to
want
się
to see
zdecyduj.
hustle, Stanley. I want to see
Da.
commitment, a willingness to go all the way, no matter what the cost. Why don't you go put 20 clicks into door number 417?
417. 400. 417. Czekaj ta chwilę. Jeszcze właściwie coś sprawdzę. Bo mi się coś przypomniało, dobra. Chwilka przerwa. Już za chwilę wracam. Czy nawet nie zamierzałem tak siedzieć długo. Ale dobra. Jest git. Mm, 417 powiadacie. Tak? Jeszcze sprawdzam, czy na OBS-ku mi się nagrywa? Nie, nagrywa mi się. Okej, jest gra. 417, otóż 2, 3.
Oh, great. Now, go click a few times on door 437.
Kilka razy na 437, co? A nie, bo tu jest 30... O, 437.
Excellent. I think we're getting somewhere. Now, door 415. Let's give it 10 clicks or so.
415. Nie, 415 gdzie to jest?
Now, back to door number 437.
437, jej. Robimy to osiągnięcie. Nie wiem, czy to jakiekolwiek skutki przyniesie. To było tu... Dobra.
Let's see. How about you click on, well, I don't know, the copy machine?
To jest to chyba.
All right, back to room 417. I'm really feeling it now. I think we're getting somewhere.
To jest piękne, naprawdę.
Okay, now go climb on employee 419's desk. Yes! This
So?
is great! You're putting it all on the line, Stanley. I like that. All right, let's keep it up. Go give me a few clicks on door 416.
416, czyli jedno pewnie.
We've almost got it! Now the copy machine, do that one again!
Copy machine. Dawaj tam.
Finish it off, Stanley! 5 clicks on door 430!
Raz, dwa. Nie.
Yes! We did
Ojej.
it! Oh,
Clean on the door. 5 times. 430, dobra,
Brilliant,
mamy to.
Stanley. Nothing could hold you back. Yes, I'm very proud of how far we've come today. Just think, only a few minutes ago you believed an achievement was worth 5 little clicks. Really now? What were you thinking?
Ja patrzyłem i tutaj, o! O, dobra jest. A! Dobra. Poważnie? To tylko tyle? Cóż, nie tego się spodziewałem.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No, spoko.
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like right now. You could have done it just then. Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are appropriate. I'm enjoying what seems to be an internal conflict going on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people
Spoczko, posłucham
considered
sobie.
so manly. But the truth must be told, he was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons.
Dobra,
He pushed
teraz
them
trzeba
like
posłuchać.
some kind of glutton. He did it all day in a meaningful
Zbagowaliśmy grę?
but
Nie,
his
to jest
brain
część gry,
had
no.
long
Tak,
ceased to
przepraszam.
function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable.
Kto to nagrywał w ogóle?
Will become quite unbearable.
Szanuję za to. Takie poświęcenie. Szanuję, ale jak tu się będzie zapętlało, to ja dziękuję bardzo. Nie chcę tutaj przesiedzieć 2 godziny. Teraz on będzie grał na tej swojej gitarce, czy tam nie wiem, czy... Dobra, czyli czekamy. Dobra, ciulmy to. End is never. Dobra, kolejne zakończenie odblokowaliśmy. Ale ja tym razem zrobię to samo, ale dam
His
no.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had
Oh,
simply
yes.
missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a
Yeah.
trace of his co-workers. At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
No.
Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time.
A,
What
więc
if the
powinien
other
najpierw
option is
by
even
dało być
longer?
no.
How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one.
No właśnie.
So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one?
Raczej ta.
Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though
Yeah,
if
thank
the
you.
other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other options so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Siemka. A, dobra, więc to już tyle chyba. Kolejna, której widziałem, to. Zamykamy się.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome
Teraz
fell under
czekamy
his
do końca
responsibility?
tego
He had
endingu,
never
będzie
been
kolejny
trained for
ending.
that. No, this couldn't go anywhere except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive.
Okay.
Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
End is never. A więc to jest kolejne
All
zakończenie.
of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Kolejne to, co ja widziałem, to są
Stanley decided to go to the
komputery.
meeting. Perhaps he had
O!
simply missed a memo.
Właśnie.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his
Znaczy mówiąc,
co-workers.
wyłączanie ich. Wyłączamy komputerki. Wyłączamy wszystkie komputerki, które są włączone. Więc tak, tu jest komputerek włączony. Tu jest oczywiście chyba jakieś inne jeszcze zakończenie, ale nie wiem tego akurat. O, i tu jest ten input, tu jest input. Tutaj włączam jeszcze. Nie ma już innych włączonych? Nie ma. Więc teraz tutaj input i teraz jeden został received. Na którymś z komputerów teraz powinien się pokazać taki input. A tu jest jeden input. Tak więc może wróćmy tam. Nie tu. No to gdzie ty? Gdzie się pokazało? I znów ktoś mnie puka do pokoju. Czekajcie chwilę, znów czekajcie chwilkę. Okej, jestem. Jeszcze tutaj zobaczę na transmisję, czy się dobrze dzieje. Jeszcze tutaj zobaczę na... Dobra, dzieje się dobrze chyba. Wyłączamy komputerki. Wyłączamy wszystkie komputerki, które są włączone. Dobra, więc tak. Jest dobrze, jest dobrze. Ale dobra, jest. Ale co tutaj dalej trzeba zrobić? Kserodrukarka czy co? Ja już mam to osiągnięcie, więc...
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but
Nie.
it didn't make a single difference.
Ja nie chcę
Nor
robić
did it
tego
advance the
osiągnięcia, bo
story
już
in
to
any
zrobiłem.
way.
Input received. Ja teraz nie wiem, gdzie teraz mam się udać. To czekajcie, może obczaję sobie te zakończenia zaś. Input received, input received. Have an ending? Co to jest? Have an ending, co? O, to jest to chyba. Tak, tutaj. Co? Czekaj, to jak to działa? Aha, okej. Tak to działa. Tak to działa, tak to działa. Dobra, no to faktycznie jakoś działa. Może tylko jeszcze zobaczyć. Gdzie tutaj dalej? Lewe drzwi.
Or on his left.
Tak, door on his left. Teraz tutaj dalej. I to są inputy. Do góry po schodach. Tutaj jest komputerek. Wow. Szanuję za takie coś. Więc wiem, co mam zrobić. Więc tak, czy input został włączony? Nie. Czy input jest tutaj? Bo już dałem go, tak. Jest teraz tak, rozpocznij grę ponownie. Powinien się pojawić kolejny input tutaj.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought. How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing.
Wszyscy zniknęli, okej. Tutaj kolejny być powinien input, tak, tu jest. Więc kolejny. Rozpocznij grę ponownie.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the
Co?
Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
A co? Dobra, szukamy nadal tego inputu. Input. Nie. O. Zaczekaj, czy tutaj były te kartki papieru? Nie. Inputy. Więc tutaj mamy iść dalej teraz.
When Stanley came to a set of two
I
open doors, he entered
lewo.
the door on his left.
I entered on the door on my left.
Yet there was not a single person here either.
Nie, ja muszę to
Feeling a
zrobić,
wave
no.
of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Jakoś tutaj to jest. Jak to działa? Nie będę musiał sobie oglądać jakiś osobny film na temat zakończeń. Znaczy, no,
Coming to a
przepraszam,
staircase,
na temat,
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
na temat zakończeń, tak, dobra. I tu jest tak, i tu powinien być kolejny input, proszę. Jej! Input received. Rozpocznij grę ponownie.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Nie Jak ja mam się tam dostać? Może tutaj? Proś. Kuźde. Nie no, to jak? Kuźde, nie da się skakać, to fakt. Już ten na biurko może. Wiecie co? Znów zobaczę tutaj na YouTube'a. Bez YouTube'a nie ma sukcesu. Oczywiście. No więc tak. Patrzymy dalej. Ale gdzie teraz? Input received. Ale u tego, co ja tutaj oglądam, to nie ma tego. Tych kartonów wszystkich. Jak? Bez przesady. Tutaj też się nie da przejść. Może powinienem wyłączyć te monitory wszystkie? Albo... Jeszcze raz. Nie, muszę wyszukać sobie inny ending, ale o takiej samej treści. Haven ending... Input ending. Input ending, tak, to jest input ending, ale nie wiem, czy to jest zaś to, bo to jest... O, to jest chyba najbardziej aktualne. Z tego, co mi się wydaje. Najbardziej aktualne to jest chyba. Więc okej, tu jest pierwszy input. Dobra, dawaj, pierwszy input. Teraz input received. Ten co coś robi. Kot mnie przyszedł do pokoju jeszcze, no piękny, piękny, piękny. I on zrestarcił grę. Tak, okej. Nie, czy on zrestarcił grę? Nie, dopiero teraz. No, restart game. I teraz co? Teraz powinny się pojawić te pudełeczka jakieś. Haven ending. To jest to? Oby to było to, proszę. To nie jest aktualne. Czemu to nie jest aktualne? Więc cóż, wychodzi na to, że musimy sami rozgryźć to, jak to można zrobić. Jest jakiś inny sposób by dostania się do tego input endingu? Nie, to input po prostu. Znaczy ja mogę wejść na przykład tutaj, no mogę.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Mogę to jakieś... To jest dziwne. Może jeszcze raz rozpocznę grę.
I can't wait to tell this story to my co-workers, Stanley thought.
Oh.
How amusing they'll find it. Oh, won't we all just laugh and laugh at the time I thought everyone had gone missing. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Już? Input receive, dobra, rozpocznij grę ponownie.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself, that's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
No dobra, tutaj nie ma żadnego inputu. Tutaj nie ma tym bardziej. Dobra, teraz sprawdzamy dalej. Tutaj proszę mi dać Haven ending. To jest Haven ending. To co ja tutaj wyszukam to jest Haven ending. I dobra, i tu jest tak, restartowanie gry, tak, to i tamto. Cały czas restartowanie gry i teraz tutaj jest kolejny input, nie? Dobra, nie, bo to jest dalej, tu jest tutaj w tym. Restarting game, znowu. Tutaj też nie ma inputu. Tylko on idzie dalej. To boss office. I w boss office znów restartuje grę. Potem tu jest input. Niepotrzebnie on idzie dalej, bo... Co? Co? Więc restartować trzeba grę, póki to będzie, tak? Nie wiem, czy tych papierów jest więcej, czy mniej. Już sam nie wiem, bo już się pogubiłem w tym wszystkim.
All of his co-workers were gone, What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Tutaj nie ma, tu nie ma, tu nie ma. I to sprawdzam tamten wcześniejszy poradnik, który widziałem, bo to było jeszcze tam wcześniej. Haven Ending, to było... To nie, to muszę wejść w historię. Oj, oj, oj. Co to jest w ogóle? W 2013. Haven Ending. I to jest to. I tutaj dalej jest to biura. Do biura idzie, potem ma tutaj. Input kolejny jest tutaj. Tu gdzieś, co znalazł chyba sobie. Choć nie wiem. No i tu jest ten input kolejny. Teraz restartowanie gry. O, i to jest u Stanleya zaś. To, żem przeoczył akuratnie. Muszę przyznać. Loading. Welcome to Haven. O! Co? Przyciski otaczają mnie. Ale co ja mam zrobić? Zobaczę tutaj na... Tu jest teraz loading, on ma. Dalej jest Haven. Co? I to jest cały ending, tak? Więc więcej tu nic nie ma. To jest cały ending. To jest trochę creepy. I więcej tu nic nie ma. Niestety. Rozpocznijmy grę ponownie. I jakby co, ten input ending powinniśmy mieć cały czas tak. Więc jak coś, to możemy cały czas już sobie przetegowywać. To jest dziwne. Jak tutaj widać, po tym jedyną opcją, co mamy, to iść przed siebie.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Drzwi po lewej, ok. I teraz tak, tu jest komputer. Tak, tu jest komputer. I teraz tak, są to wszystkie drzwi.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling away
Nie było
with
tu żadnej
disbelief,
żywej
Stanley
osoby,
decided to go
dobra.
up to his boss's office.
I closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here. so he turned around and got back on track.
Closet room.
There was nothing here. No choice to make, no path to follow. Just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here.
Żadnych podrzutów. Tkwić spokojnie. No to sobie będę. Aż wymorduję od ciebie kolejny ending.
He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA.
Piękne.
Are you really still in the broom closet?
Tak.
Standing around doing nothing?
No.
Why?
Nie wiem.
Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
Chcę kolejny ending. Dawaj ending. Po to tu jestem.
You do realize there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out.
No
It
racja.
didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it.
Ale dawaj, proszę cię.
Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path.
No.
Maybe when you go talk about this with your friend, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favorite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Tak, dokładnie, dokładnie. Co ty sobie myślisz? No pewnie, że tak, no.
Stanley
Broom
was
closet
fat and
ending.
ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the
Wow.
job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
To jest piękne.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now. You're dead. You got to this broom closet, explored it a bit, and were just about to leave because there's nothing here, when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard.
Chciałbym to zrobić, ale nie chcę sobie zepsuć
The
klawiatury.
responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose.
Oh.
Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. He or she has fallen
dead.
prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place at the computer, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Nie. To jest Broom Closet Ending? Spróbuję to wyszukać wręcz na YouTubie. Stanley. Parable. Broom Closet Ending. No komentary. Spoko. Aha, i to jest wszystko, tak?
Take your time.
Aha. To są konsekwencje Broom Closet Endingu. To znaczy, że to nie jest żaden ending, tylko to ma konsekwencje takie, mniej więcej takie.
Ah, second player. It's good to have you on board. I get coming to a staircase. Stanley walked upstairs to it.
Teraz rozpoczniemy grę na nowo. Jak widzicie, mamy wszędzie kartki, bo to jest za sprawą tego, że wzięliśmy i zrobiliśmy ten input ending.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I teraz będziemy mieć to po prostu cały czas. I teraz tak idziemy dalej, idziemy dalej. I zobaczymy.
When Stanley came to a set of two open
Pam, pam,
doors,
pam, pam,
he
pam,
entered the
pam.
door on his left.
Lecimy. Pam, 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 pam. Dawaj.
Yet there was not a single person
Zbynek,
here
dawaj.
either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
Nie wiem, czemu ja
decided to
tego
go
nie mogę
up to
zrobić.
his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Nie da się, no, nie da się, no. Nie zrobiłem tego broom closet ending? Poważnie?
No, not again.
A,
I
dobra,
can't do
zrobiłem.
this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Teraz wychodzimy, idziemy dalej i rozpoczynamy grę ponownie. Co kuźwa?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Co? Co? Whiteboard ending. Dobra, już tam cicho.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference.
Dobra.
Nor did
Pam,
it
pam,
advance
pam.
the story
Whiteboard
in any
ending.
way.
Coś się stanie? Nie wygląda, żeby coś się stało. Konsolberg. Więc to nie ma żadnego whiteboard ending. Nie ma. Nie ma, to jest podpucha. Więc tak, idziemy dalej do tego broom closetu.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I lecimy.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Dobra.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's
Mamy to.
office, hoping he might find an answer.
Mam
there.
satysfakcję z tego, że zrobiliśmy to. Rozpoczniemy grę ponownie, ale tym razem zobaczę, czy... O, teraz już jest normalny pokój. I to jest oczywiście waiting input. O! Nie. Przy tym już byliśmy. Co? Okej, więc wiecie co? Ja teraz tutaj zastopuję wam na chwilkę. Ogólnie rzecz biorąc, jestem wciąż głodny. Muszę sobie zrobić coś ogólnie do jedzenia. Tymczasem po prostu puszczę wam jakąś tam muzykę. Nie wiem sam już, co mogę wam tutaj zrobić. Proszę o tę muzykę do nagrań, proszę bardzo. Cieszcie się. Tutaj wezmę. Przerwa, jak najbardziej. Tęskno, zaraz wracam. Po raz enty wyrwało mi się już ten kabel ze słuchawek, no. Albo ja sobie muszę kupić jakiś nowy kabel, taki wpięty dosłownie do tego. Albo nie wiem. Już mam tutaj, muszę ekran jeszcze otworzyć. Tylko... nie wiem, czy się nadaje. Jej, oczywiście, że się nadaje. Na szczęście. Miałem z tym wielkie problemy. Dobra. Wznawiamy grę. Tak więc tak, tutaj mam ten input ending, ale... nie input. Teraz nam się tak. Więc wiecie co? Idziemy. Teraz tak.
Stanley came to a set.
W ogóle muszę sobie zapisać, nadpisać grę w ogóle. Jakoś tak. Znów grę.
He entered the door on his left.
Enteruję door his left. W ogóle spróbuję podotykać klamek. żeby zobaczyć. I tak, i
Yet
teraz
there was not a single
spróbuję,
person here either.
zamknij się, spróbuję wziąć, znaczy nie, spróbuję, wezmę, na Google wpiszę Stanley Parable All Achievements. Proste. Achievements Guide. Tak więc teraz tutaj patrzymy. Czy o tym wskakiwaniu. Welcome back, you can jump.
Just with the big desk, try and jump on the desk, and it should give you the achievement.
Tak.
Alright, so for this achievement, guys, all you got to do is press
No,
the
it is
spacebar
tutaj,
while
no.
going up towards the boss's desk, and it will say you have got the achievement. And if it doesn't work, I'm not quite sure what you've done wrong. Just try.
Nie, to jest stary poradnik. Spróbuję znaleźć jakiś taki aktualny bardziej. 8 miesięcy temu. How to get achievement. Nie no, ogólnie to jeszcze wejdę sobie teraz na Steama. Po prostu zobaczę, jakie są achievementy. Tak, żeby potem nie było jatki. Więc tak, tak. Steam. Stanley Parable. Achievements. Tu jest to. Achievement. This is an achievement. Content. Play the Stanley Parable for entire duration of Tuesday. Więc... Czyli... What? Complete the Stanley Parable under 4 minutes. To jest speedrun. Co? Aha, bo to jest ten. In the Stanley Parable. Okay.
Okay, so today I'm going to
Nie. To czekajcie, to... Ja to wyciszę, po prostu dźwięki wyciszę, tylko... Tylko będziecie mieli mój mikrofon. Nie powinniście tego słyszeć. Ja nie chcę nic tutaj mówić. Okej. Co? Mieszanie w plikach gry? Nie, to ja się w to nie bawię, dziękuję bardzo, nie bawię się w to. Przynajmniej na razie. Inaczej mówiąc, nieaktualne fakty.
In a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Na poważnie, ja w to wierzę, że tutaj da się to zrobić. Nie da się, dobra. To wiecie, tutaj mamy broom closet, oczywiście mamy, to jest sygnalizacja, że ending jest zrobiony, ale
Coming to a
pójdziemy teraz na dół.
Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
O mamo, co? Tu się dzieje.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing
Okay.
his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might
Pam,
be
pam,
fired
pam,
for
pam,
that.
param,
And in
pam,
such a
pam,
competitive
pam, pam.
economy, why
Soda.
had he taken that risk?
Pam,
All
pam,
because
pam,
he
pam.
believed everyone had vanished. His
Just
boss would think he
creepy.
was crazy. And then something occurred
Pam,
to
pam.
Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe
So?
I am crazy. All of my co-workers
So?
blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason
Pam,
at all.
pam, pam.
None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did
Ty, no
doors
właśnie.
close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter,
Właśnie
these
ty.
rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came
Cały
to
czas
the
to się
conclusion
powtarza,
that
co
had been
jest?
on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone.
Nie wiem jak u was,
He
ale u
wasn't
mnie
going to
jest
lose his
ciepło,
job.
dlatego nie
He
czuję się
wasn't crazy
komfortowo
after all.
grając
Thought to himself,
tu,
I suppose I'll wake up
w sensie,
soon. I'll have to
jak
go
jest tak
back to
creepy
my
trochę,
boring real life
przynajmniej dla
job
mnie.
pushing buttons. I
A
may as
nie
well
lubię niczego,
enjoy
co jest
this while
creepy.
I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the
Jej,
ground.
unoszę się nad ziemią.
He
Ujop!
imagined himself
Co?
soaring through space on a magical star field, and it too appeared. It was so
No.
much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was
co?
he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking?
Dokładnie.
Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd, and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams,
Co się tu dzieje?
was that of course, this was not a dream.
Mindfuck.
How could it
Co
be?
jest?
Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain
No
beyond a
co
doubt
jest?
that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control.
To
that
pomieszczenie
this
jest
was a
najbardziej
dream.
creepy, też żółte.
So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the
No.
mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me
Ściskać
continue
guziki i to
pushing the
wszystko.
buttons.
Takie
Please,
gówna.
it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife
Dobra.
and my job. All I
Omarzone?
want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My
pewnie
life
nie
is
jest.
normal. I am normal.
Wszystko będzie dobrze.
Everything will be fine.
Teraz otwórz oczy, proszę.
Okay.
Otwórz oczy, proszę. Noż kuźwa, co jest?
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss, I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell
tu
me
się
I'm
robi
real. I
czerwono.
must be real, I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who
What
am
the
I?
fuck?
And everything went black.
Dup.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like
Co?
any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky
Wow.
she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But
Ja
then she
tego nie
remembered the
czaję.
meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very
Co to
important
ma
people
być?
whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
Wow. Zakończenie kolejne. Dobra. Więc mamy kolejne
All
zakończenie.
his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
A to nie
Perhaps
szło
he'd
przypadkiem w
missed the
prawo?
memo.
To jest dziwne.
When Stanley came to a set of two open
No
doors,
spoczko,
he
to
entered the
lewej.
door on his left.
No po lewo, no.
Yet there was not a
Teraz
single person here
damy
either.
się w bardziej takie
Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to
straszniejsze.
go up to his boss's office. Hoping him coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
Tutaj
upstairs to his
zakończenie.
boss's
Tu
office.
oczywiście nic nie ma. Ale my udamy się w bardziej straszne zakończenie, bardziej takie fest.
The moment he entered his manager's
Oczywiście,
office,
dobra.
Stanley froze in his tracks.
No i dobra,
Not
dawaj.
a living soul anywhere. Could he really be
Musimy
all
poczekać
alone?
tak, żeby
This was
nie
too
zaczęła
much for
grać
Stanley to
muzyczka.
take, too much for
Na
any man to
2845,
take.
2845,
He fell to his
2845.
knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs,
Ta,
the
ta, ta, ta,
guttural
ta,
retching of
ta.
life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope
A
for
czemu tu się
Stanley's
pojawia
future?
kropka?
Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man
Aha,
could
nie, bo
ever
to
hope to
jak się
guess it.
zbliży do tego.
2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly ever. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct
Dobra.
code by sheer luck. Amazing. He
Więc,
stepped into
okej.
the newly opened passageway.
Wskoczył w nowy otwarty korytarz i jedziemy teraz na dół. I nie pójdziemy do Mind Control, tylko damy Escape. Pójdziemy do Escape. I ja pragnę zdjąć słuchawki, ponieważ spodziewam się, co tutaj będzie. Wiem, że
Stanley walked
będzie
straight ahead through the large door that led to
straszniejsze.
mind control facility.
Dlatego przepraszam was, ja zdejmuję słuchawki, bo ja nie mogę tak, przepraszam
Although
was.
this passageway had the word escape
Ucieczka
written
na
on
ścianie
it,
korytarza
the truth was
pozwoli
that at the end of this hall,
gwałtowna
Stanley would meet his
śmierć.
violent death.
O! Nie, bo ja wiem, ja to widziałem, że zostaniemy zgnieceni przez
The door
zgniatarkę.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around
Nie
and
zostały
get back
zamknięte.
on
Nadal
track.
mógł wrócić, ale ja nie chcę wracać niestety.
At this point, Stanley was
poznać
making
to.
a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and
Tej.
willingly confront his death.
Ojoj. I spadam. Loading. What? O. O, i tak jak się
Word
spodziewałem.
into motion, and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise. He reflected
Okej,
that this
teraz
had been
nadal
of
jest
no
to.
consequence whatsoever.
I ten
Stanley can't see
bardzo
the
niefajny
future.
dźwięk.
He doesn't know the real story. Trapped forever in his narrow vision.
Szkoda, jakby to było skakanie, to na pewno by się to jakoś dało wydostać, szczerze.
Like plugging the eyeballs
Tak
from
tyle
a blind
powiem.
man. So he resigned
Nie, bo to jeszcze
willingly
nie to.
accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow
To jest
life.
takie wkraczanie po prostu.
Stanley,
Oj, oj, oj. No niestety.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws.
Huh?
In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
O. O. A gdzie my jesteśmy teraz? Więc idziemy tam. The Stanley
And yet
Parabel.
it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk
Oh.
has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless,
Co, jesteśmy w
making
niebie?
life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Stanley jest komputer. Siemka. Office layout. Aha, czekaj to, bo to jest przecież nasz tutaj ten office, ale wiecie co? To jest dziwne, że tutaj nie ma żadnego przejścia. Jakby były drzwi, to byłoby jakieś otwarcie. To jest oczywiście the two doors. A set of two doors was the very first concrete piece of Stanley Parabel was a signing. Fajnie, że o takim czymś pomyślano. Kurde. To jest piękne. Tu jest jeszcze jakieś takie biurko tutaj. The office. Nie. Button sounds. No to faktycznie to to faktycznie to no to chodziło. To tak będzie się działa. Breakdowns and Christian Baker. Darara. Fajne kredyty. Po prostu napisane na ścianie. Okej. Tu jest co? Są takie dwa przejścia. Tu jedno, tu drugie. O! Office. Co? Ja że słyszałem to gdzieś narratora umarłego już. A nie, to była jakaś zajawka normalnie. A więc tak, to jest jeszcze wejście na górę. Freedom ending. What? Normalnie jak z portala. Sending model. Co? Trailers. Są tylko jakieś trailerki. A w moim pokoju jest przytłaczająco ciemno. Czasu się troszkę cykam. Dobra, więc tak. Trzy, 2, 1. Meeting room. Babam. Ja wiecie co, nie. Ja już nie chcę tego tutaj sprawdzać, tak wiecie. Idziemy do exit. Wow, a to co to było? Tutaj nic nie mogę nacisnąć. Kuździe, ale mnie to tak ciekawi, że aż to muszę sprawdzić. No i tu jest jeszcze zejście, ale wow. Naprawdę. Szanuję za dopracowane. Za tej dopracowanie wszystkiego. Exit.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
O,
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No,
kto?
perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen.
No, jest ciemno, nic nie ma.
But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time...
Sorry. Sorka. No i co? O, nadal coś się dzieje. Ciemność. Ciemność, widzę ciemność, tak ciemno, że oczy wypala. I co? Sad, nie mogę się poruszać, nic. Wow. Wow. Ale podziwiam. Szczerze podziwiam. Nie input received. Nie chcę. Co?
All of his co-workers were gone.
O, narrator, żyjesz.
Stanley decided
No
to
i
go
tu
to the
było w
meeting.
prawo.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Ale tu co jest? Chyba odblokowaliśmy wszystkie zakończenia lewości.
When Stanley
Lewej
came to a
strony,
set
więc
of
idziemy
two
dalej.
open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Tak,
Perhaps he
dobrze o
wanted
tym
to stop
wiedziałem.
by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Chcę trochę popodziwiać. No tak, oczywiście, że chciałem go trochę popodziwiać.
Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Oczywiście dyrektowałem się otoczeniem. No, tam jest coś dalej. Jak widzę.
Yes, really worth it being here in the room.
O, dobra, więc to
The
jest
room
może
was so
kolejne
utterly
zakończenie.
captivating that even though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit looking at these chairs and some paintings. Really worth it.
Więc czekamy tutaj. O, patrzcie. Nie wiem co, patrzcie. Patrzcie na tą roślinkę.
At this point,
Jaka fajna.
Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy
Z
and reflected
patologią.
poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
Dobre. Ale to już co no. Fajnie podoba mi się ten pokój. Nie chcę iść.
Stanley sat around waiting for more dialogue, but when a long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Pa. To jest paprotka chyba. Nie, co ja gadam. Paprotka wygląda inaczej. To jest to, tu jest jakiś listek fajny, tu jest ocean. To są, co to tutaj jest? O, to są te kubeczki fajne. Nie. Czas jak upływa. Tu jest to, nie wiem. Nie, dobra. To idziemy dalej.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Poczekajmy chwilę. Tam Nie było żadnych lewych drzwi. Nie było żadnych, jak przeszliśmy tamtędy, nie było
And so he
żadnych tych drzwi.
detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Powaga. No to są jakieś zagwozdki z portarganem. Więc wyszliśmy stąd.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
I to się
Stanley
chyba
decided
już
to go up to his boss's
powtarza.
office. Hoping it coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Tak to się już powtarza. Wiecie co? To wznowimy grę, ale też pójdziemy w lewo, tyle że pójdziemy w dół. I znów mamy ten dziwny pokój, gdzie 26 to jest Whiteboard Ending.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Whiteboard Ending. Jej. Nie wiem, jest czas na trafienie do tego pokoju, ale jak widzę, jest to dosyć fajne. Fajna zagwozdka.
Stanley went around touching every little thing.
Kocie!
in the office. When Stanley came,
Ogarnij się. Muszę sobie trochę zaświecić w moim pokoju światła, ponieważ jest tutaj tak ciemno, że jedyne światło, które jest w moim domu, to jest światło od mojego laptopa. To jest dosłownie szok, jak się u mnie ciemno robi. Dobra, więc tak. Lecimy dalej.
to a set of two open doors, he entered the door on it. This was not
Oczywiście
the correct
wybrałem
way to the
prawe.
meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps
Tak,
he wanted to stop by
perfekcyjnie
the
to
employee
widziałem.
lounge first,
Idziemy
just to
dalej.
admire it. Wow.
Jesteśmy tutaj.
Yes,
Tak.
this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I tutaj.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Do czego nas to zaprowadzi? Teraz pytajnik. Loading. Ojojoj. To wygląda jakbym wchodził
Stanley
jakieś...
didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go,
w lewo, no. W left.
from here it's,
Left.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
No, prawo.
No, not the right.
Pierdziele.
Why would I have ever said it was to the
To
right?
co ty chcesz, chłopie?
Was I thinking?
Powiedz.
It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute?
No to tutaj. A, bo on szuka, bo nie przewidział takiego zakończenia.
Left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
O. Okay. Siema, panie wozie. Ty nic nie znaczysz. Więc idziemy.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet.
Aha, to
This
jest...
is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay.
Zamykam oczy.
Just
Pam.
back to, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable.
Jakby jak tutaj
How
byłem.
about rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay.
No spoko.
From the top.
Co? Okej. Więc teraz co?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Po prostu nie dostał ogólnika, to było faktycznie? Okej.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh.
Nie spodziewałem się tego,
Oh, did
szczerze.
something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley.
Dobra.
Let's find the story.
Zobaczmy. Co nas może czekać? Co? Ciemny pokój, lubię. O? What? Co? Się może tak błąkać w nieskończoność.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Tak.
I find it unlikely that
Dobra,
we'll ever
no,
progress by starting
zestartuj.
over and over again, but it's got to be better than this.
Znów tutaj.
Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Dobra, spoko. To jest takie dobre. Więc dobra, idziemy dalej.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Nie dostałem
Stanley
ogólnika.
decided to go to the meeting room.
Tak.
Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okulnika, myślę, że ogólnika. Tam, pam, pa,
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's
Nie
possible
mogę,
the story is
to
back
jest
where we
dobre.
just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed
No,
anything?
spoko. Mógłbyś mi otworzyć inne drzwi na przykład. A tu co się tu stało? Czy tego tu nie było? Chyba mi się zdaje, że tego tu nie było. Komputerki. Dobra, idziemy.
Aha! I knew we'd missed something. The story.
Okay.
Here it comes.
Podziwiam
No, wait, never mind. Not the
za
story. Okay, let's head back the other way and
Za-
retrace our steps.
technologię portalów. O, no, podziwiam.
Now this, well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know
Yeah.
what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win!
Jej, wygrałem.
Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good job.
Jej,
Oh no.
wiem, że to nie jest to.
No, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay? I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time.
Znowu?
I have to restart.
Co tym razem? The Stanley Parable Adventure Line, to już nie wiem co zrobić, ale zapiszę grę. Nadpisz grę, tak, nadpisuję. I to nie wiem co
All
to
right,
jest.
I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable
Okej, o,
Adventure
w
Line.
końcu,
Just follow
dziękuję.
the line. How simple is that?
Ta, 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 ta,
You see,
ta.
the line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley,
Yeah.
to destiny.
A to co jest?
Nope. Here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way,
A
is
tu?
the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life
Sprytne.
itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me. Now, we can both agree that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right? Okay. Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your subjective experience of this office, is this office in fact the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective...
Jak ja mam po tym
construct?
iść? Czekaj.
Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize.
A, to ma sens w
Sure
sumie.
where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
No. Ja pierdzielę. Proszę, żeby to nie był copyrighted. Papara. Paparara, para, para. Paparara, para, pa. Idziemy. Paparara, para, pa. Coś ciekawego będzie na nas czekać. Paparara, para, pa. Para, para, pa. Co? Kuś, co? um, 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 Którędy idziemy? Tędy? Czy tędy? Tędy pójdziemy. Tara, tara, tara. A czy jak się odkręcę? Nie, to już nie działa. To jest piękne. Dobra, więc idziemy dalej. Spójrzcie na tą paprotkę. To jest paprotka 100%.
Wait, cut the music. Go back and look at that fern. Stanley, this fern
Ja to
will be
powiedziałem.
important later in the story. Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully. You won't want to miss anything.
Za późno. Dobra, idziemy dalej. A mogę się wrócić? Mogę, ale to i tak nic nie zmienia. Więc idziemy dalej. Ta 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 ta. What
Wait,
the?
what? We're back at the office? No, no, no. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable,
Piękne,
right?
patrzcie.
Story? Is any of this ringing a
Portale.
bell?
Jest pięknie zrobione. Pięknie portale. Piękne to jest. W sensie ja nie wiem jak to jest zrobione, ale na pewno jest zrobione to w taki sposób, że jest no ja pierdolę.
No, no, no. Again, Line,
znowu
how
to.
could you have done this to us? And after we
Jak
trusted you,
mogłaś?
after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it.
Restart.
Restart.
Ale fajnie, że on robi to za nas.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious.
No spoczko.
This all
Spoko.
sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
A mimo wszystko i tak mogę zrobić ten ending. Ciekawe to by było. Dobra, więc idziemy tędy.
Now, yes, this is exciting.
to
Just
jest
me and Stanley forging a new path.
Tak
a
bardzo
new story.
ekscytujące jak
Well,
to Dobra,
want
to
our
jest
story
kolejny
to
przykład
be?
portalu.
Go wild. Use your
Jesteśmy
imagination.
teleportowani.
Whatever it might
O,
be,
na
Stanley,
przykład, no.
I'm ready for it. Oh no, not you again.
Serio?
Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it.
Dokładnie, żadnych linii nas prowadzących. Pięknie powiedziane. No i siema, jak kot normalnie w sufit. Idziemy dalej. O,
Ah, a choice. We
Choice.
get to make a decision. From
Dobra.
here, the story is
Choice.
in our control.
w końcu
How
choice
important
jakiś.
we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute.
Serio?
Okay.
Dobra.
So I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere the place where we're trying to go
To prowadzi do
there
jakiegoś
must be a
pomieszczenia.
reverse door
Tak.
that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds
Powodzenia
with
tych
that
drzwi.
counter-inverted reverse door's
Dobra.
origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And
Tak,
since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Dobra, czy idziemy w prawo?
Oh, hold up, what's
Aha.
this?
Dobra.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is?
Confusion
It's all
ending?
one giant
Już
ending?
16 minut jednego
And
endingu?
we're supposed to
Serio?
restart the game
16 minut.
eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again.
15.
Then what? Am I just supposed to forget?
Nie.
Well, what if I don't want to forget?
Fifth restart,
My mind
piąty.
goes
Nie,
blank
co?
simply because
Już
it's
się mnie
written on
wręcz w
this
angielskim.
thing
6, 7, 8.
wall. Well, who consulted
Stu-
me.
tu-
I get to decide.
Kolejny raz Stanley
Why don't
Dice.
I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be. I don't want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on.
To patrz,
I don't
widzisz
want
jak
to
to
be
jest
trapped like
napisane.
this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it.
Nie
And
restart.
the timer stopped? Does that mean
Ojojo.
it? Did we break the cycle? The whatever it is that made this schedule?
Nie idzie
How
dalej.
do we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen?
Stanley Dice. Stanley
So-
Dice.
Okay.
No.
I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we?
końcu.
Eventually.
No.
Well, in the meantime,
Jak on tego nie zrestartował, no to ktoś inny. To jest cały Confusion Ending? Poważnie?
all of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Aha, i
Stanley
Stanley
decided to go
Dies,
to the
okej,
meeting room.
Stanley Dies,
Perhaps he
widzę.
had simply missed a
Widzę,
memo.
umarłem. Ach,
When
znowu
Stanley
dobrze.
came to a set of two open doors,
prawej,
this
dobra,
was not
teraz
the
po
correct
prawej.
way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Tak,
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
knew
lounge
it
first,
perfectly.
just to admire it.
więc tak. Pam, pa,
The lounge was sublime, a work of art. But eager to get back to
Lecimy
business,
dalej,
Stanley took
ale jeszcze zobaczę jak tam stream się wiedzie. Stream wiedzie się bardzo dobrze, 3 godziny 5, a ledwo co ogarnęliśmy lewe drzwi. I to jest piękno The Stanley Parable, bo tego jest masa dużo. No, dobra, więc jest git. Nie, jeszcze mi idzie jeszcze mi idzie. O, 2 suby, dziękuję za 2 suby. Nie wiem od kogo, ale dziękuję tym, którzy zasubowali. Bardzo mnie to wspiera. Dobra, więc idziemy dalej. Ogarnęliśmy już lewą stronę, więc idziemy w prawo. Znaczy no, w prawo to ogólnie
closed open door on
ogarnęliśmy
his
to.
left.
Jeden. Więc lewe drzwi to już ogarnęliśmy. Idziemy dalej. Okay.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Zabijemy
Look,
się?
Stanley, I think perhaps we... But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
Oje. Dobra. Zabiliśmy się, więc popełniliśmy
All of
samobójstwo.
his co-workers were gone.
Pójdźmy jeszcze raz tam,
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
bo ja tam widziałem jedno, że skoro możemy zaskakiwać, to tam jest taka platforma,
When
na którą
Stanley
możemy
came to a
zaskoczyć
set
chyba.
of two open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Właściwie chyba tak
Perhaps he
myślę,
wanted to stop
może
by the
tam
employee
zaskoczymy, ale
lounge
nie
first,
teraz.
just
Najpierw
to
pójdziemy,
admire it.
najpierw pojedziemy z tą windą, tam
Standing
gdzie
now
to
in this incredible room,
nas to prowadzi.
Stanley but eager to get back to business,
No,
Stanley took the
idź,
first open door on
tam,
his
cicho,
left.
cicho, tam, cicho. Idziemy dalej. Oczywiście zapiszę sobie od razu grę. Poniedziałek. Pyk. Nadpisz grę, jak najbardziej. Wczytaj grę. Jej, nadpisałem.
Stanley was so bad at following
Dobra.
directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
A, więc to tak się da. Dobra, więc tak.
Look, Stanley,
Ja widzę,
I
że
think
tutaj
perhaps
chyba
we've gotten off on the
mogę
wrong
zeskoczyć, ale nie,
foot.
się
I'm
nie
not sure
podnosi.
that really I'm not. I realize that investing in
A nie
your
da,
trust
to się
in someone
podnosi,
else can be
więc
difficult,
mógłbym
but
tutaj
the
zeskoczyć,
fact
ale nie
is that the
teraz, nie
story
teraz.
has been
Najpierw
about
idziemy
nothing
tam,
but you
tam,
all
tam,
this
tam.
time.
Tak,
There's
tam.
someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
Ja
I'm not
chcę.
asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself.
Co?
To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
Ona czekała, ale... Czyżby to jego żona? O, jedynie było mowa tylko
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this.
O,
to
patrzcie.
reach out to her.
Patrzcie.
If you can truly
Nie, ja
place
tego nie
your
odbieram,
faith
więc
in another-
najpierw odbierzemy telefon. Najpierw odbierzemy telefon. Zobaczymy, co tu się dzieje.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go.
420.
All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about
Your damn.
What the f...
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to
To
commit their
było
life to you? I'm
strasznie
trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come
poważnie.
inside. Let me show you what's
Po
really
co?
going on here.
Czemu ty mnie to robisz?
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Co? Dzień bardzo naciśnij F na krawę, spoko.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
G.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now
Ej,
he's
co
eating
się tu
lunch.
stało?
Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk,
No, co to
Stanley
jest?
dreamed of wild expeditions into the
Jakiś
unknown,
obraz.
fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful. And each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him.
A to przypadkiem nie zamienicie w coś innego?
And so he began to fantasize
What?
about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work,
Faktycznie.
he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the
nasza
building
żona.
had suddenly vanished off the face of the
Wow.
earth. The thought excited him terribly.
Nie będę mieć kumpli?
So he went further.
Aha,
He imagined that he came
więc
to two
powoli się
open
wszystko
doors
wymazywało.
and that he could go through either. At
To
last,
jest sypialnia.
choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
Ale to nie ma obiadu, więc co może zniknąć? Kuchenka? Kuchenka może zniknąć?
As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths
Poważnie?
and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous
Co się
round
tu
room
stało?
with monitors and mind
Czemu?
controls.
Co?
And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game
Podłoga
with
jest
a baby.
brzydka.
And he called it the Stanley Parable.
Ale to było tylko żonie.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head
Nie ma
he relived
dzieci
it
przecież.
again, and then
Przynajmniej nie
again,
widzę tych.
and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time.
Jeszcze nie, raz, okej. Nie! Czemu?
But there is no answer.
Nie ma żony.
How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed.
Jest
The longer
biurko
he spends
tylko.
here, the more
O, to jest ten
invested he
cały,
gets,
cały
the more he
skutek już.
forgets which life is the real one.
I hate Mondays, okej. Pewnie łóżko zniknie.
And I'm trying to tell
A?
him this,
Nie
that
zniknęło.
in this world he can never be anything but an observer. That as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me.
Mocne.
He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
No więc nie wciskam X-a. Poczekamy jak tutaj dobije 12. Bo... A czy to się w ogóle rusza? Tak, nie, tak, bym zapytam. Co się rusza w ogóle? Nie no. Narrator nie zareagował do teraz, więc... Nic się po prostu nie rusza i cały czas się sobie... Niestety...
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every
ale nic
second
nie
he
mówiłeś.
he's electing to kill himself?
Aha, bo teraz to się
How can I
zamieniło
get
w
him to see
biuro.
what I
Okej.
see? How can I make him look at himself?
Co? Narrator zniknie?
I suppose I can't. Not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my
przynajmniej
intended
narrator nie
purpose, the
zniknął.
same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I
Proszę umrzeć. Co? Zakończenie! Zakończenie z żoną. Dobra, to idziemy dalej. Jeszcze zobaczę właściwie, jak moja transmisja się powiedzia. Dobra. Już tylko patrzymy tutaj. Patrzymy dalej. Dobra, idziemy dalej.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okulnika, okej. I teraz idziemy znów w prawo, ale tym razem, o ile jest taka możliwość,
When
odepniemy
Stanley came to a set of two
telefon od
open, this was
kontaktu.
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by
Znaczy,
the
no,
employee
spróbuję
lounge
odpiąć.
first, just to admire
Nie
it.
wiem, czy się da.
Stanley felt lightheaded,
Pam, pam,
butterflies
pam,
in
pam,
his
pam,
stomach.
pam,
But
pam, pam,
eager to
pam,
get
pam,
back to
pam,
business,
pam, pam,
Stanley took the
pam,
first
pam,
open
pam,
door
pam,
on his
pam,
left.
pam. Dance to the death. Dobra, idziemy dalej.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've
Nadal
gotten off
mamy
on the wrong
to samo.
foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be
Czekajcie
difficult, but
chwilka. Dobra. Zedł na chwilę, puszczę wam jakąś muzykę. Ja tutaj muszę na chwilę tylko zastopować. Zaraz wrócę. Okej. Już jestem. Tu jeszcze tutaj muzyczka. Dobra. Już. Stanley Parapol. Idziemy dalej z tym. Mam nadzieję, że widać. Prosta wstrzymana. Tak, powinno być widać. Tak, widać chyba. Tak ładuje się i dobra.
Fact is that the story has been about nothing but you
Teraz
all
tak.
this time.
Nie zostaje nam tam iść po prostu, a w następnym iść tu. I to będzie koniec w sumie. Nie widzę tej żadnych
Stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
wyjść.
I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance
Dobra.
to redeem yourself.
Nie ma.
To put your
Dobra, idę
work
dalej.
aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. Oh, no, you can't. Did you just unplug the phone?
Da
That
się.
wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was possible. Let me double check. No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits.
A tak nie było.
Picking up the phone is actually
That's
somehow an
zaznaczone.
incorrect course of action. How is that even possible?
Nie
None of
miałem
these
znaczenia.
decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And to think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you'd made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it
dawaj.
entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the
Co?
real world.
Co?
Please observe this helpful
Film
instructional video.
instruktażowy.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person,
Co?
but if used incorrectly can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario, a hypothetical real person named Stephen has a choice. He could spend years
Nie mogę.
helping improve the quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations. Or he could systematically set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer
to
radius of his
śmiesz?
house. Which choice will you make? Remember that
To
unlike here,
śmieszne
the
będzie.
real world
Nie
makes
wiem
sense,
czemu.
and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
Co? Practice. A, praktyka?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
Krokodyl.
Most medical professionals recommend making at least 8 choices per day.
8.
Do you make more than 8? Less?
No.
And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast
Fire.
infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the
Gdzie
feeling
ja
should
jestem tym?
subside. At this time, your instructor will guide you in an
Infield,
exercise to
exercise.
test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to
Panie narrator,
deteriorate
co
as a
żeś pan tu
result of
odpierdzielił?
contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision making, we're going to revisit
żeś
a
ty tu
choice you
zrobił?
made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do
Co
would
się tu
be.
stało?
This way, please.
This way please. No co ty mnie mówisz? Teraz wracamy, tak? O! I teraz nie mogę
Now
nigdzie
that we know
spaść.
your
Fajnie.
choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform and dying. Imagine the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make
O, i
no
teraz
sense to
wracamy.
all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Więc gdzie teraz idziemy? Może w te drzwi? Tutaj? Co? Karta? Ja tego nie rozumiem. O, już nie ma tych drzwi po lewej. Tylko idziemy prosto.
Almost there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world. Now remember, all you need to do is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Nie. Ja dam zapisz, nadpiszę grę. Wznowię. Teraz pójdę po lewo.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
O!
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life.
To jest coś innego
Shocked,
zaś.
unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it. Surely behind this door lay all the answers to his questions. And beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only
Że nie
one
mogę
way to
mówić,
find
halo.
out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown.
Night Shark
Drew a sharp
125.
breath
No.
and then spoke the code.
Night Shark 115. I co? Że nie mogę mówić.
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
No. Night Shark 115. No, nie mogę mówić w grze, no przecież, no.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you? Please speak the code into the receiver. Otherwise we can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not gonna do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect. The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a
Otwórz
story
to.
seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward. Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
O ja pierdzielę. Jest tak, zapisujemy. Nowy zapis gry tworzymy. To jest ten zapis z teraz. To jest ten zapis wcześniej. Wychodzimy do menu. Wczytamy grę. Wczytamy ją wtedy. I teraz udamy się do prawych. Najpierw udamy się do prawych.
No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Aha, więc mimo wszystko musimy iść w lewo. Dobra, więc opcje. Nie, to wstecz, zapisz. To ja ten zapis usunę. Wstecz, wyjdź do menu, wczytaj grę i wczytuję grę. I teraz mamy 2 wybory. Lewo i prawo. Idziemy w lewo. Pa 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 pa.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the
So?
story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
No.
he entered the door on his left.
Po lewej. To jest dziwne.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
Co?
is behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story
Więc
first.
nie możemy
Quite
iść
sure
w
you'll be
lewo.
up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Więc musimy iść do prawych. Bo inaczej to się
No!
restartuje.
Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
Co jest z tą szafką nie tak? W ogóle coś się tu stało. To jest piękne. No i co, no, idziemy z powrotem. Ale my nie możemy iść dalej. Bo nas zrestartuje. Znowu.
Oh, it's ruined. I can't
Dobra.
believe after everything we talked about
Okej,
that
więc jest
my
nie
story.
zrestartowało.
You've destroyed my work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing
O,
the game
czerwone drzwi.
undone, left here like so much garbage? It's worthless now. And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to live with it forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to.
Nie wyłączysz mi gry,
I
halo?
have to.
Nie. A tu się co dzieje? No panie! O ja pierdolę.
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You. Who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing
Po
in the
co
world
żeś
that
to
was
robił?
mine, and
Ja
you run it into the
pierdzielę.
ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
Zrestartuj
He
to.
actually knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say
No
to
nie
do
da się
something,
wyłączyć
there's a
gry, chyba
damn
że ja
good reason for
włączę.
it.
Dawaj, 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 dawaj.
That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it?
Czemu to jest takie
That there's
długie
a world outside of
zakończenie?
you. You're a child. Oh, my story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious. It would have been so perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he
O, to jest nasz skin. Wiem to po lewej.
Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay? Stanley, tell
Panie
me.
Stanley.
I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me?
To nie jest koniec.
Everything all right? Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that
Ale nie
step
zrobiliśmy
forward,
jeszcze
please.
jednego.
Choose. Do something.
Nie zrobiliśmy jeszcze jednego zakończenia.
Important than you could ever know. I need this.
Proszę.
Story needs it. So, you hear me? Are you there? You listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best.
Koniec napisów, a więc co będzie? End?
That's all right.
Koniec?
I'll wait for you to decide what's the right thing to do. Take as much time as you need.
Wow. O ja pierdzielę, ale to ryjebanie. Ale
All
to
of his
ryjebanie.
coworkers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed the memo.
Więc pozostaje nam ostatnie zakończenie.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, this was not the correct way
Idziemy
to
do
the meeting room,
prawej.
and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I teraz
Perhaps
zeskakujemy, o
he
ile
wanted
to jest
to stop by the
możliwe.
employee lounge
Bo
first,
inaczej to po
just
prostu
to
koniec
admire it.
streama.
The lounge was grand, majestic, perhaps, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Ale że to jest wtedy, kiedy się odłączył od gniazdka. What?
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't 5 years ago.
To jest rozpierdzielone. Znaczy szanuję za kreatywność. I teraz, o ile się da, to
Stanley, I think
zeskoczymy
perhaps
tutaj.
we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing in your trust in
No
someone
wiem, że ty
else
nie
is
jesteś moim
difficult,
wrogiem, ale
but
chcę
the
tutaj
fact is
zeskoczyć.
that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something.
się.
Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why?
Też
I
karta.
don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it.
Dział
Let me
A2 w ogóle.
prove that I'm on
Piękne.
your side. Give me a chance.
Spoczko. Dam ci szansę, ale postaraj się. Okej, więc jesteśmy w jakimś dziwnym pomieszczeniu.
Now listen carefully, this is important.
Dobra, ja zapiszę grę, bo tutaj jest kolejny. Wznawiamy grę.
Stanley walked through the red door.
Najpierw pójdziemy przez czerwone.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time?
Oh,
The
she
problem
must
is all these choices. The two of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
Okej.
Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley?
Znowu portale.
I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Okej. Loading.
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Co to jest? O,
Here.
what
Yes.
the
Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here,
Co
right in this moment with
to
this place,
jest?
Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
To, że ty się czujesz szczęśliwy, nie znaczy, że ja się czuję szczęśliwy. To jest jakaś patologia. Co to jest? Światła. Nie chcę być tutaj. Dziękuję.
No, wait. Where are you going?
O, schody.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
I co z tego? Ja chcę
Please, no,
sprawić...
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Będę uczuciowy. Pójdę na chwilę tam. Zobaczę, czy on jakoś zareaguje. Jeżeli nie zareaguje, to... Zobaczymy.
Good. We can't be too safe. Promise me you won't
O
go
dziwo
back then.
zareagował.
Just stay here.
Okej, po prostu zostanę tutaj, no. Sorry, nie mam czasu.
No. What do we talk about? You're risking everything we achieved here.
Nie. A teraz zareaguje? Jest
Are
takie...
you are going to stay here, aren't you?
Jest takie bawienie się z narratorem.
You
O,
heard me before, didn't you? You will die. What about this isn't getting through to you?
Teraz wrócimy i co? Dobra, to koniec dialogów narratora. Więc mimo wszystko pozostaje nam tam iść. Jak widać. Wymęczyliśmy już go, więc pozostaje nam tam iść. Sorka, muszę tu iść. Muszę zobaczyć zakończenie. Muszę się zabić. To jest ostatnie zakończenie. I o, żyje.
Thank God you lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room? There. See?
O, i teraz
This is
kolejny.
what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
To jest hipnotyzujące, tak szczerze. Niczym jakieś chmury w upośledzonych shaderach Minecrafta. Ale sorry, ja muszę zakończyć.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
I nic tu już nie ma. I znów mi ktoś puka do drzwi. Czekajcie. Teraz znów ZW. Dobra, ale mimo wszystko musimy szybko to skończyć. Ogólnie stream trwa tak dłużej niż mój live Superhot. Bo 3 godziny, ale jeżeli w tym czasie przejdziemy Stanley Parable, to faktycznie będę zdziwiony. No i tutaj już narrator niestety. Już nie będę go dalej mordować.
No, do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Sorka, panie narratorze. To nam tylko pozostaje.
Stanley, let's go back to the other room. Can you... My God. Is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Nie. Właśnie nie. Sorry. No poważnie?
Maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. But I guess that was too much to ask. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
Droczę się z tobą. Tak, droczę się. Droczę się z tobą. No jest jak idziemy. To będzie chyba raczej ostatni skok, bo chyba więcej Stanley nie wytrzyma. Myślę, że 3 i to będzie koniec. Sorka, panie narratorze. Ale trzeba odblokować następny ending, tak żeby już się uporać z tą grą. Sorka.
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Współczuję. Ale to jest naprawdę dobrze zagrane.
All
Okay,
of his
więc
co-workers were gone.
skończyliśmy. Może zapiszę tą grę tak, żeby... Nadpiszę ją i znów tam wrócę.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room.
Good
Perhaps
what?
he had simply missed a memo.
Dziwne dźwięki. No więc tak, wracamy tam i pójdziemy do
Stanley came to a set of
tych
two open.
niebieskich.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and
Niebieskich,
Stanley
czyli
knew it perfectly
i
well.
czerwone i niebieskie.
Perhaps he wanted to stop by the
Poszliśmy do
employee
czerwonych,
lounge
były jakieś
first,
światełka
just
i się
to admire it.
zabiliśmy. Teraz pójdziemy do niebieskich
And
i
here it
zobaczymy co
was,
tam
the
będzie.
lounge.
No idziemy dalej.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Nie. Idziemy dalej. No, teraz
Stanley
powie.
was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Dawaj, speedrunuję grę.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm
Bo
not. I realize that
nic tu nie
investing your
zostaje
trust in
innego.
someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been
Może
about
nie będę się
nothing but
śpieszyć.
you all this
Poczekam aż
time.
tutaj
There's someone
się
you've
to
been
podejdzie.
neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten.
Dobra.
What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Tak.
Why, I don't know how to convince you of this,
A
but I
jeżeli
really do
czerwone
want to
drzwi
help
będą
you,
jedyną
to show you
opcją, to,
something beautiful.
to koniec
Look,
live'a.
let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Dobra, więc idziemy do
Give me a
niebieskich.
chance. Now listen carefully, this
Będziemy
is
takim
important.
gnojem i pójdziemy do
Stanley
niebieskich.
walked through the red door.
Nie.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Nie.
I still don't think we're communicating properly.
Co?
Stanley walked through the red door.
Poważnie, nie spodziewałem się tego.
All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Okej, no to widzę.
There's nothing here. I haven't even...
I czekajcie, bo znów już ktoś do mnie puka. Dlatego właśnie mówię, że już za chwilę będzie koniec live'a. A, nie przełączyłem sceny. Jestem głupi. Sorry, ale ogólnie teraz jesteśmy tutaj, tam były jakieś takie
finished
światełka.
building this section of the map
Teraz jesteśmy
because you
tutaj.
were...
Właśnie tak myślałem, że już kiedyś to nastąpi. Dobra. Teraz na chwilę też ZW. Mam nadzieję, że teraz przełączę scenę. Okej, i teraz nie zapomniałem przełączyć. Więc tam po prostu spadaliśmy ze schodów ITP. Żałuję tego, że nie przełączyłem. Dobra, więc teraz tak, widać. Gry zapisywać nie będę, ale jest takie osiągnięcie, żeby nie grać w Stanley Parable przez 5 lat. Więc jak najbardziej. Spoczko, nadpiszę.
Never supposed to be here in the first place.
No,
Broken
nie
rooms,
powinienem tutaj
exposed
być.
developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written
Fajne
out
to jest to, że to jest
specifically
nawet
for you?
ponumerowane
Do
jako
you not think I
tekstury
put a lot of
jakieś,
time
tylko
into that? Because I did.
szkoda, że to jest
And in
wszystko
the
to
end, it
samo.
was all for nothing. Because this is what you
O,
wanted to see.
a tam
Help
jest
me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these
drugie.
strange and unknowable desires
Tam
of
jest
yours.
trzecie.
What would have made this game better?
Ciekawe.
What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback.
Co? Nowy
There we
projekt.
go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go
Wiecie
ahead,
co?
Stanley. Take it for a spin.
Szczerze, bo to i tak będzie koniec live'a, nie będę sprawdzał co tam jest.
I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Jakby być też szczerym, 4, ale tak naprawdę 5.
Okay, so we're getting somewhere. Clearly there's something here that speaks to you. If I can be honest here, I really don't have any idea where I'm going with this. This whole third door thing was just a stab in the dark. But I guess you're into it, so let's keep this
Tu
party
gra
train
muzyka.
going. Here, Based on the data from
No.
our previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version.
Daj mi
And to
tutaj
be perfectly
dostęp.
candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one.
Chcę iść dalej.
Let's take a look.
Okej. A to co to jest za ekran? Worldwide, co? Gold Nelly, są Skid, Nicho Nacho, co? Jakie to są nazwy w ogóle? Did you know that Skid in this? Poważnie to jestem ja. 9328. Wow. Ale przynajmniej jestem w ranku. Przynajmniej tyle.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please.
Nie.
Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Spoczko. Jej, mam loading.
In this game, the
Co
baby
to
crawls
jest?
left towards danger. You
Co
click the
to
button to
jest?
move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly
gra.
confronting the demands of family life.
Źródła
I
światła
think
nie
the
ma.
art world
To
will
jest
really
powiem.
take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been
No,
playing
panie
it for
dziecko.
about 4 hours. So why
Czemu
don't
ty
you
jesteś
give
na
it 4 hours
deskach?
of play to make sure it's effective? Be
Kto w
sure
ogóle
to keep
to
notes on
zrobi?
your experience.
Co? Ile ja mam to robić? Ja będę bezdusznym człowiekiem. Poważnie. On sobie może wejść do oknia.
Heartless bastard. Did you do it because your
Zepsułem
is
grę.
all purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a
Dziecko
single thing
żyje.
that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm out. I'm done.
Co ty chcesz? Dziecko żyje.
Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
Ale dziecko
hey, since
żyje.
my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game?
Dziecko jest
Just to
tutaj.
ease the pain.
No żyje. Jest tu.
What do we have here?
Jakieś inne gry będę grał w grze i jak...
Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's
No
give it a
spoko.
shot.
Spoko, spoczko. Jaką teraz mi zaproponujesz? Będę poganiałek.
Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I have
Alpha.
absolutely nothing to do
Piękne
with.
czasy.
But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose.
Piękne.
Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house.
No zbuduj no, gdzie?
This will go here. No, here. And then...
No.
Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course. And just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley. Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy.
Dosyć duży ten kwiatek w proporcjonalności do Stanleya.
You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable. Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It
No
could only be better.
oczywiście, jak tu przyjemnie.
That's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond
Ta.
everything.
Diamentowe,
Come on,
co
Stanley.
ty?
We have to go mining.
O, tu. Ta. Do kopalni. Do kopalni, chodźmy do kopalni. Nie wiem, powinien być to. O,
Oh my, it looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light?
nie mam światła. No, mam nadzieję, żeby... O, nie, widać mimo wszystko. O, jaskinia,
Oh,
tutaj
no,
idzie.
no, no, no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant.
Ojoj,
This won't do at
ale
all.
tu jest
1 out
ciemno.
of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't
pająk.
save this one. Okay, new game.
Nowak. Czemu? Ogólnie zamierzam sobie kupić The Foresta, a mam Subnautikę. Ogólnie tak więc spokojnie Subnautica się u mnie pojawi. O.
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it. You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now I'm curious.
Oh.
Let's go find out what the hell this is.
Pani toaleta. Panie radio. Tu żeś poleciał. To jest piękne. Stanley Parable może mieć taką fizykę. Ale wiecie co, z czym mi się to kojarzy? Jedynie? Chyba z portalem. Ale 100% portal.
Oh, it's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
Wow, to nie jest oczywiste. Ale wiecie co? Poczekam tutaj. Mam tu instrukcję. Czy to może na nas spaść? Może, ale nic nam się nie stanie. Dobra.
Genius.
Genius. O. Winda.
Actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games. And I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just
Kolejna
going to
winda
leave
po
you
mnie
here.
przyjedzie.
You can
Pewnie.
pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me, I've had enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video game, you can just sit there and let it ball up inside you for all eternity. I don't need your advice. I don't need your ratings. And I certainly don't need the validation of a man whose job is to push buttons. I think I'll just go about my business, making meaningful cultural contributions to the world. And perhaps every now and then, I'll think back to a man named Stanley who was objectively wrong in every decision he ever made.
Co tam jest?
The thought won't last long. Goodbye, Stanley. Good luck with your work. And I sincerely hope that everyone lives happily ever after.
Serio mogę to przejść? Więc idziemy na dół. What? To. What? Ściągam słuchawki. Boję się trochę, dlatego ściągam słuchawki. A jeżeli się boję, to ściągam słuchawki. Bo to wygląda źle. A nie, czekajcie, bo to jest jedno i to samo pomieszczenie. To jest creepy. Gdzie ja mam iść? Może tu. O, tu. O. Mind control. Dobra, zobaczymy, czy to jest faktycznie to. To jest trochę creepy. O! A, to jest nasz pokój 427, no. Ale co teraz? Ciemność. Ciemność widzę. Już tak ciemno, że oczy wypala.
If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh yes, yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
No. Koniec. To jest input, czyli to jest koniec. Więc słuchajcie. O ile tutaj się nic nie zmieni, to...
When Stanley
Tak.
came to a set of 2 open...
Więc słuchajcie. To jest wszystko. Jak widzicie, to jest awaiting input, tak więc znów jesteśmy na początku. Tak więc tak. Ja tutaj wychodzę. I tak od razu powiem, no cóż. Szczerze, według mnie najlepszym zakończeniem było to zakończenie, gdzie zjechaliśmy tą windą w dół. I potem była ta linia. A szczerze, to mi się najbardziej podobało. Ale no, patrzcie. 4 godzinki. Zrobiliśmy The Stanley Parable. Dosyć fajnie. Aczkolwiek, no, cóż mogę powiedzieć. Całe Stanley Parable w 4 godzinki. No, teraz w sumie chyba równa 4 godzina wybija. Tak więc no, ogólnie co ja tutaj widzę, tutaj jak cofnę, tak, 3,55. No to 4 godzina, u mnie na streamie wybija równo 4 godzina. Tak więc, słuchajcie no. Ode mnie to było wszystko, mam nadzieję, że copyrighta mieć tutaj nie będę. No i cóż, to tyle. Tak więc, słuchajcie, no i to właściwie to ode mnie wszystko. Następna gra już będzie za niedługo. Jak wiem, teraz ostatnio nie wpadały w ogóle odcinki, ale dlatego, że właśnie po prostu polubiłem streamować po prostu. Według mnie to jest po prostu dosyć wygodne. Zrobimy też właśnie takie let's playe różnych też gier. Spokojnie to się zrobi w przyszłości. Tak więc słuchajcie, no. Ode mnie to wszystko. Trzymajcie się, do siemanko, do następnego odcinka bądź live'a. Cześć wszystkim.